Oh, my microphone was muted. But okay. Langjam Gamejam, 7-day hackathon. I have until Saturday night to make a programming language and a game. We have a simple little language, and I'm parsing it now. And now what I need to do is I need to really hone in on what exactly the running or runtime will look like, and figure out the turning our parse tree into whatever code is needed internally. So I think I'm going to start from the bottom and then go up. As in, figure out like what I want the code to be running as. And I think that's going to be, let's make a runtime. Do I want it to be in here? We got so much stuff in here. Yeah, you know what? I'll have it run here. So we're gonna have like a canvas. And basically what I'm gonna do is, let's get my HTML. We need to get the canvas that I have somewhere in here. Game canvas. I'm just going to do duet.canvas equals and you know what? I prefer single quotes. So I'll try to be consistent. And also we need I guess that's fine there. Well, hang on. I'm going to make this look nicer. Actually, don't we get the... Huh. Oh, I see. Okay. I've forgotten how this editor works. So this editor stuff... Okay, so I'm going to actually not have this in here. I'm going to have this in the index, because basically I want that editor code to be like generic. Also, don't I have this, so I'll just do that. You know, I'm fine with this here. Okay. So that shouldn't do anything terribly confusing or interesting. Basically just means that, like, the text works. But okay, what I actually need to do is I need to go to our runtime, because I know exactly probably how I want the runtime to work, which is there's several phases. There's the initialization, where we allocate our program script. And so that's going to like set up variables and things like that. Initialize program variables, create message slots. And then we have like every frame. So every frame we'll probably basically get like system values. So like this is a system value. Keyboard left, up, right, down. And then we'll like apply dependencies. So like basically the dependencies will be like, you know, movement is dependent on the keyboard. So every frame the keyboard will update, and then the movement will update. And then after the movement the position will update because that's there. And then after that the sprite will update because that's there. Though technically the sprite doesn't need to be there. What we'd have instead is every time position changes, I think then we would do render sprite position. Or like sprite.render position. And also I'm going to see if this has... Oh right, I forgot. Yeah, we got a lot of stuff. I want the function call to have accessors. Well, code function call code value list. Trying to figure out how would I add syntax highlighting specifically for calling a function name. I don't care that much actually. But yeah, you can see internally in these elements there's a whole bunch of classes on all of these, and that's because it's directly getting just all of the information from the tokenizer and the parser of, like, you know, this is digits, it's part of the script class, it's part of a binding, part of a value list, it's a number. So yeah, we got lots of stuff. But okay, so we apply our dependencies and then we check for, so collect events. So basically, actually we would do that while we're applying dependencies. So like, when we change position and movement, basically both of these, so all of these events, I'm trying to think how I want to do the updating. Like, does this only fire when the value is actually changed? Or does it fire every time the dependency is refreshed? Like, you know, when the keyboard is set, or when the keyboard is changed. Does that then change movement? I'll just do that. Okay, so when we apply the events, we do that, and then we'll fire the events. And then we will collect messages from events, because basically these are messages. And our messages will just be collected in a big list. So, like, they'll just have be like, for every entity, there might be, you know, if everything prints, we would just have one print message and then a list of, like, all of the arguments for the print function that have been called this frame. And then what we do is we fire all the messages at once. Or apply messages, I guess. And then that also includes creating... Yeah, creating and deleting new objects. Actually, I guess I would technically say that that's here. So this would be like a... Okay. So what I mean by that is what we would do is like player equals create player. So this is an initialization message where we are creating a new entity of the player type. Interesting that it's considered it's considered a condition and not a binding. Wait, no. Okay, that's because the compiling doesn't work quite right. Oh, hi, welcome back. Yeah, I'm figuring out this game jam, because I only have a few more days before the game jam is done, and then I'm not going to bother with this for a while, because it turns out I don't really like writing parsers. Yeah, I've been mixing in the afternoon and day streams. I think I probably should do a mix, actually. Probably be good. Let's see. Yeah, for me at least, it's basically giving me syntax highlighting. Right now is basically all it does. Because it just figures out what the actual code is doing. And so it can recognize that this is a variable that's being bound to, or, yeah, bound to this expression. But okay, let's actually try to make some things here. Also, I think I'll have to figure out how a Canvas API actually works. Because right now I'm using HTML Canvas. So meant for drawing graphics via JavaScript in the HTML Canvas. Used for animation, game graphics, blah. See, I think what I'd do is every frame, first of all, we would like set a canvas clear color. Have I done much with C#? I have. Yeah, I used to use it professionally. Let's say that. Okay, so I want to have objects. I think what I'm going to have is like a platform. So platform is going to be our standard library. So for example, a canvas will have a type, composite, which I guess is basically like, so we'll have like a struct type, and let's have a color. Actually, what should I have here? I'm gonna have, I know exactly what I want. I'm gonna have a color is a type of type. For now, I'll just do strings. I don't want to bother too much with this. But okay, and then it's we'll just have fields. So R float. You know, let's just name it red, blue, and green. So basically, I'm trying to imagine how I'm going to do a standard library. Actually, we do need something like type. And this would be like, you know, real, integer, struct, function, and then type. So basically like duet, type, type. Then we have real numbers. So yeah, this is now, I've defined a type. But okay, I've only been streaming for like 10 seconds, but I need to use the bathroom, so I'll be back. Okay. I think I know what I should do. Before I get too lost in this stuff, what I'm going to set is, let's just have a function called, like, run. And what I'm going to start with is, so what we would do is, like, initialize program. And then I think, hi, welcome. We need to set a thing to update every frame. That's going to be, I think, some sort of JavaScript timeout. Use this. Let's do set timeout. Duet dot. Oh wait, this has to be duet dot that. Let's do this. Okay, so let's let messages equal duet dot, or like system initializers. Actually, what I'm going to call this is array. Basically, a color is just 3 real numbers. And then our system initializers, for now what I'm going to do is just imagine if there's a program that exists and try to imagine like what format that's going to be. Since this is going to be kind of an interpreted program, but we'd have like duet dot, let's call this like canvas clear color. Okay, so for example, we set clear color here to, it's going to be just like 0, 0, 0. And then let's have this be like, set is like, red, green, blue. Okay. And that means we should have like a value here. For init in no of system. There we go. So platform. I need to figure out how to cleanly do this. Basically, So yeah, our system initializers will be like the variable names of like canvas dot clear color, and then the actual value here. And then we'd actually need to get the type here. Actually, we don't even need that there. Say for a frame, first of all. Hang on. How does set timeout work? Okay, and this should be milliseconds, so we'll do just like 16 milliseconds by default here. And then when we draw a shape... Okay, so our HTML blah will have 150 pixels, so it goes from 0 to 0, so we go from top to bottom. Let's just do a fill rectangle, 0, 0, and then canvas dot width, canvas dot height. Hang on, I need like a full API reference for this thing. Because yeah, I want the full... this thing. Okay, width and height. And then how do we set the clear color here? Oh, do we have to create a context here? Hang on. And then we do something with the CTX? Okay. And then that begs the question as to, how do we actually set a color? Or, like, context fill style? So let's call this our, like, clear, actually. So it's parsed as a color value, so how do we, okay, we can do RGB. That's fun. So is this... Wait, is it from 0 to 255, or like, hang on. Color CSS data type. Okay, so that's from 0 to 255. Can we do, like, percentages instead? I guess I can just do 255 times. Ooh, I have to figure out where this is. Okay. And then be duet platform. dot canvas clear color value. Or let's say, actually, I think it'd be value clear color. I know, type duet dot type struct. I'm just gonna have that at the top, and then we're gonna have fields as like this. Okay. So I can do clear, so platform, canvas, clear color value. CC red. CC green. CC blue. Okay, so that should draw a rectangle. Okay, so let's see if that actually works. Oh, wait. Not quite. Because something is missing here. Function is an invalid identifier at, I see. Right, these need to be enums. Anything better? Expected property list. Can't access lexical declaration duet before initialization. Oh, I see. This needs to be up above, actually. And that means platform is down here. Okay, it's getting better. Can't access lexical declaration duet before blah. That's because this, again, cannot be here because we are defining an object. Let's send all of this elsewhere. You know what, actually, I just had a good idea. I don't even need that right now. We can just do type real 3. Okay. And then compile and run will currently not do that because we compile. So let's just do function compile and run. Which, surprisingly, we'll do this. And now we actually are going to be starting to compile, so now, if we go back to here, compile, we will compile and run, as you might imagine. And that means that I should be able to refresh this. That didn't work. because we need that. Okay. Now we have that almost working. Hmm. Let struct equal platform for let I equal 0, I less than init length, I minus minus. Actually, you know what? -1. Struct equals struct init I, and then struct init. Wait, hang on. That means that we actually need to do -2 here? Okay, because basically what's happening is we're getting canvas. So basically like platform dot canvas, which means that this should be only affected once, like run once. So yeah, I equals 0. So yeah, okay. That seems correct. And then what we do is I dot length -2 equals init. Oh wait, hang on. Basically get the second to last value from this initialization field, and then that is equivalent to the initialization. Let's just let L last index equal okay. Console log init. Okay, that almost worked, but this needs to be duet. Okay, so we're setting canvas clear color. Oh yeah, we don't need that anymore. Duet platform canvas clear color. Oh yeah, because we need to do dot value equals last index. Can't access property undefined. Struct is undefined. Okay. Try to get back to function run. No, run. Okay. So let init of system initializers. Okay. So we should be setting this to 0. Struct equals that. So while that's true, struct should now be not true. That didn't work exactly correct. Oh, because I'm doing I minus minus, there should be I plus plus. Why the heck did I do that? Okay. So now we're setting this object canvas dot clear color dot value equals that. So now if we go back to platform, canvas clear color value will equal 0. And then what I want to do is See if that actually worked. I don't think it did. Oh, wait. Oh, I think... Would it have... Hang on. Canvas is not defined. Oh, okay. That's happening still. Oh, I see. Okay. That looks good. Okay, so now we should be actually setting the canvas to do something. There we go. So now every frame it draws this black, which is massively wasteful, but that's okay. Is there actually a way to clear color? So like HTML canvas clear? Okay. And so just canvas clear rect. It's effectively the same thing, but one less dependency. Use context clear rect. Fastest, most descriptive way to do that. Can we also set the, hang on. I'm gonna do if set, or like, let's do like struct equal this. Or I guess, oh wait. That means we don't need this at all, because we get this thing as a reference. So yeah, we can just do last index here, and then it's just struct.value equals that. Actually, let's just do if set in struct. Struct set init last index. Else, we just set the value there. And basically that's because I want to do set is color duet canvas dot. How do we set the style of the color? Style and HTML canvas. Like, is there a default color that we can set? Make their own shape objects with style properties? I'm not going to fiddle with this. You know what? I'm just going to put it back as to what it was before. You know, I mean, that's fair. But okay. Now, we should still be able to do this. It compiles and runs. Great. And then what I'm going to have is I'm going to have like a pause button here. I'd probably put that above the game. Let's put that like here. Button, pause, on click, or let's say ID equals button pause, on click is toggle pause. And yeah, let paused equals false. And then function toggle pause. I think actually I'm going to have that in Duet. So our runtime here will have paused. Okay. So what we'll do is if not duet dot frame, no, duet platform paused value. Okay, set paused. Okay. So this would break, kind of, if you press the pause button and it's not actually loaded properly, but that's okay. Basically, I'm just going to have that set the paused value here. Oh, and also let's do, like, get paused. Okay. Let b equal, button pause. So let's say if pause, oh wait, no. So if duet get paused, then we set this to resume game, else pause. Okay. So what this should do is it should stop the thing from running. So we could actually, yeah, we can set this here, then we can pause this. And that should basically stop the timeouts from happening. In fact, we could have like a frame counter going up. In fact, I'll have that here. Type integer value 0. And basically, duet platform frame value plus equals 1 right here. And what I can do is just have that, like, duet platform frame type should be there. Huh? Oh. I love dynamically typed languages. Okay, so if we type this again... I mean, it was supposed to be incrementing. Frame is not defined. Okay, now it's working a little bit better, except for the fact that it doesn't actually, like, increment. So if we pause this... Okay, so it should not be paused, so it should be doing this, basically. If to at platform paused value. Oh, wait. If it's not paused. Okay, so now if we did frame. Okay, so now we can pause. And then we see this. And hopefully it's not running horribly. But what I will do is I'll restrict this to, like, I don't know. 33 milliseconds? That sounds fine. Actually, we can just set the frame time here as well. Like delta. And actually, I'm going to change that to delta milliseconds. Let's do snake case. Okay. So we've done basically nothing so far. We have one variable that is being initialized by a fixed initialization script. So yeah, this will be gotten from the code. And then let's have... How do we draw a rectangle? Or how do we draw a sprite? So the ability to use images. These can be used to do dynamic photo compositing or as backdrops of graphs, sprites, so forth. Let's have, like, constants. So basically, this is anything that's going to be, like, loaded once, or, like, per script. So let's have, like, duet constants equals, first of all, we want a sprite here, so it'd be like sprite. I guess this would be like player. Sprite would then be, we would have to load an image. Because basically what I want to start doing is, here in the player, we need to load a sprite. And I think what we would do is we would fetch. Let's just have this for now. Okay, so what we need is I'm going to set the player sprite to the results of fetch. This would be, let's get our paint in here. So I'm just going to make a little simple player sprite. So where did that say it was? Assets player.png. I think I already have that actually. If we go to D1635 repo www assets player. Look at that. Okay, so I think I can just do fetch sets player PNG. I'll have to double check how fetch works. If we get a promise and then we do dot then on it, so like I'm gonna get duet load in here, like Do we have strings as a type? Now we do. Okay, so basically we have a function called load, and that's going to give us our string, then we'll just like a return, I don't know, something or other. We'll return an integer. Or let's just say object for now. An object will be a generic handle inside Duet. But okay, and then the actual function will be a async function. Okay. Await fetch path. If not response, okay. Return 0, I guess, or like no. Else. So we need to like fetch image JS. Yeah, so we fetch the blob. In fact, we'd probably want to do, you know, let's just have a load sprite function. Okay. So hopefully this would let me get an image. How would we... Download image and set source. Let's just do const. I have a better idea. So, if we load a sprite, I'm just gonna do equals. This is gonna be like document create element image. So when we load HTML, or like HTML load image via JavaScript. Image source equals path. So when the script is executed, the loading of images is non-blocking. Setting the source to something does not wait for that image to load. Okay, that's fine. You need to determine what you'd like to be redirected. That's fine. New image. I'm not entirely sure what I'm looking at here. So why are we creating... I guess I just create a new image, so we're not going to do this. We're going to just do new image. And then we set its path to that. And then I don't think we need to... Okay, it looks like we don't need to do anything else fancy with that for now. And so we'll just have this as just like do it platform load sprite function. And so that gets us an image. allegedly. And we can do something with the onload here, but I won't. Because instead what we'll do is we'll assume that by the time the frame is ready, we'll have something here. Yeah, because now what I'm going to do is, for each frame, I'm going to draw 2D dot set image to the player, whatever it is. Actually, we don't even need this to be like this. We can just do constants equals player sprite that. And then what I'm going to do is, when we draw an image, using images, so we can set that there. That's great. Call draw image as usual. What do you mean draw image as usual? Like, I wish it would just, whatever. Draw image, duet, constants, player, sprite. Yeah, like, I was looking at, like... Okay, did I, like, forget where I was? Draw image. Draws the specified image. So we have image dxdy, so I'm going to do, like, 0, 0 for now. And then what that should do is that doesn't do that, because player constant is undefined, because player constants. Uncut type this, draw image, argument 1 could not be converted to any of HTML image element, SVG blah, this, that, the other. Why could it not be done? Okay, so now I need to think about how this is done. I guess now we actually do need load sprite to have paths. So this will be an async function, this, and then what we're going to do is, yeah, we're going to do basically this exact same thing. Return await promise.all. Paths map. Okay. New promise resolve image blah. I guess this is fine here. No, this isn't what I want. Because I do want the paths to all be set here. But basically it's going to be like function this. So yeah, we'd wait all of the images to be loaded, and then we set our images to the first image. And that means that I want to go through each of my images and load all of them. And so I think it would be better to do the fetching for this. So yeah, we just go back to JS fetch image, and then we'd set an object URL and stuff like that, which hopefully isn't garbage. Because yeah, we're just gonna do paths map, or like let's do okay, so if the response is not okay, return null. Otherwise, what we're going to do is we'll just do the exact same thing that they describe here, which is like equals response blob URL wait, hang on. Isn't this... Okay. This one was the one that used React. Okay, so that gets us our image blob. So why do we need this response URL? I guess that's fine. Blob const image equals document dot create element image then we get the URL, and then we're gonna do r dot push image return r. Okay, so hopefully that means that now I can load as many images as I want. Not quite. And that's because missing that after property list, line 83 or thereabouts. And that's because we don't have that there. Okay. I don't know why we have list of there. Okay, create object URL could not be converted to any of blob or media source. No, I think it could be. Oh, I see. There's like nested awaits that are required here. And admittedly, we don't really need, we could do like a promise.all here. Because we just do like, or like return await promise all, and this would be like paths map. Path. I'm kind of curious if this will work. And then we'd return image here. Oh, okay, so that works. So now we can clear that and we can do this every frame. And we probably have a function called like render or something like that. Okay, so let's get the keyboard working. Because now what we have is bottom up, clear screen and sprite, draw sprite. So yeah, now I want to move the sprite. And that would be like we'd have variables, so and basically the way that this is going to work is each entity will have a position, or each entity will have like all of its fields as an array or structs of arrays. So for now we only have this one, and our position is going to be 0, 0. And then our message queue would be every frame player updates. So let's get the keyboard. I guess these are actually going to be in the, here. Type dot struct. There we are. Oh no, so we should probably have some sort of like update mode. So this would be like once frame. Okay. Basically, I'm going to figure out, like, everything should also tell us when it's being changed. I think the frame, or I think delta millisecond will be updated. Like, we can't change it ourselves. It'll just be a constant. Actually, that means this should actually be constant. Like that. So yeah, for example, load sprite is only run once in the entire frame. But this, or once in the entire, like, game. Okay. So, oh yeah, constant player speed would be 10.0 or something like that. Okay, so now I want to figure out, can I check in JavaScript? Let's do JS keyboard. So I think it might be that we actually need to... Ooh. Can we check if the keyboard is being pressed? In addition to using key up and key down to track when a key goes up and down, there are some properties to tell if certain keys are down. Okay, so basically it's because the classic problem of the computer doesn't tell you if a key is being held down, it just tells you when it's pressed and when it's released. There's no possible way to actually do that. And so what we will need now is, okay. So we need just window key up functions and stuff like that. So like, let's just do, press E, release E, so now we should match, okay. Okay, so on key down, Wait, so when we have... Hang on. Okay, so what is the actual, like, when does it, like, So can we check the actual key code? So key down event is fired when a key is pressed. Unlike the dedicated key press event, key down event is fired for all keys. Okay. So key down event, so like what is the type of the event? A keyboard event. That should have a key code. I'm assuming. Turns a number representing a system and implementation dependent numerical code identifying the unmodified value of this. Oh wait, this is deprecated. Code? With the code value of the physical key. So this should... So if the input isn't a physical keyboard, but instead a virtual keyboard, the return value will be set by the browser to match as closely as possible to what would happen on a physical keyboard. Good, okay. So, like, what are the actual, like, I want this to be, like, layout independent. I don't care right now. I can just do arrow keys. Okay, so does it actually, like, give a list of, like, the codes that are available? Like, what is the... To determine what character corresponds to the key event. Okay, code value for key... They're platform independent... Or they're platform dependent? Okay, you know what? I'm gonna go with key events for now. Okay, so... I want to get up, down, left, right. So use left instead of arrow left. Okay, so we're just going to do arrow up, arrow down, left, right. So we're going to do like a duet, platform, keyboard, up, value, through. Down, left, right. Actually, I could have done this basically just by like that. In fact, I could literally just do set key. Or like, I know, set... Wait, that wouldn't help anything. I was about to say like, I think it'd just be like key set true. Var or val. Okay, that's a little bit better. Oh wait, but then we need to do break. Classic switch case issue. Oh wait, hang on. Okay, so now we set the key, and we'll set it to be pressed or not pressed. And that means that this should actually be a Boolean. Actually, wait. I can just set this to like 1 or 0. That makes that easier. Okay, I kind of want to let this... I'll ignore that for now. Okay, get the keyboard. So we've gotten the keyboard now. So the player update. So for let PL of variables... Wait, all players would have the same position, though. Oh, wait, no, they wouldn't. I'm basically trying to imagine, like, entities could have different positions because they can be integrated differently. But we start at 0 by default now. Okay, for let I equal 0, I less than player position dot length or variables. Let's change it to vars, just to make my life a little bit easier. I'm going to simplify this a little bit, because we're going to need that. So player position I equals player position I plus constants player speed Do I need the type of that there? I don't think I do. Speed. So yeah, we get the constant player speed times our movement, which will be a oh wait, that means we need equal this, and then that's just gonna be we don't have any sort of like floating or like array operations. So we're gonna do like plus s times this should be let movement equal let's see, what would movement equal? Right now what we have is right minus left, up minus down. And these would be changed, so let's just let keyboard equal duet.platform.keyboard. And actually, we'll need a little bit more. And also, just for like variation, we'll say that they can be like a continuous value, because someday I might need that. Well, I don't really need that. But okay. And for now, what we can do is we just draw an image here, so just be player position I X, player position I 1. Okay, a lot of stuff happening here. But what this should do is it should let us move the player, except for the fact that now the keyboard... Oh wait, no, we didn't even set these things. How do we let a keys on canvas focus? Whatever. What I'll do is basically just have run do canvas dot on key down. Actually, wait. Or like on key down. Okay, I think what I can do is on key equals duet dot press on key up equals duet dot release, and then I'm gonna make sure that those work. Didn't quite work because canvas isn't defined because we need this to be duet. No, okay. What happened? Was there some issue? HTML canvas on key down. Okay. So this is the only way to assign key press. So this answer is a solution, but much simpler, and a proper approach would be setting the tab index attribute. Okay, so basically I'll just set the tab index. And on my conquest, or on my quest to eliminate double quotes, because we can at least be consistent. Like, come on, look at this. Okay. So now, okay, good. The only issue is that the release did not work. Also, let's clamp the position to the size of the canvas. We have a math.clamp. I'll just make a function. Type function. Arguments. Type real. Type real. Turn. Type real. FN. And as before, this will actually be a bulk function. Actually, let's call this FN single A and B. And that'll just be... Oh, wait, no. We need type real, type real, type real, type real. This would be value, min, max, if value greater than max, else if value less than min, return min, else return value. I don't care. Oh, wait, actually, I do want a bulk value because I want, let's see, values, mins, max, turn. So I need a triple zip function, which I guess I'm just going to do by for I equals 0, I less than values dot length. Result equal this, result length equal values, length. Let max equal max's I. Okay. Okay, so values, mins, maxes. Result I equals that. Result I equals this. There we go. So all of our functions will be designed under the assumption that they'll be run like in a batch. So like a type real will take an array of real values in the same way that this string is actually an array of strings. And that means what I can do then is let's see. So for now, what I can do is just clamp it somewhere here. Yeah, our distance will be duet platform clamp function. Because then we go from 0, 0 to duet canvas width, duet canvas height. Okay. Why is there more breakpoints? Okay, so we have this working, kind of. Okay, the main thing that we need is keyboard up and down are flipped. And I need to like have it so that when we are focused on the canvas, it does not do that. But we are getting closer. I mean, we have the game. We have a thing here. Okay. So now the real thing is do not scroll when object is focused. HTML. So let's do like JS prevent scrolling with arrow keys while focused. Okay, so the following code inside the iframe. So on key down, event equals event or window event. Key code that. So yeah, we're not doing anything with iframes. So yeah, I don't know. Let me say break scrolling. Is there any way to suppress this? So how do we... What I really want is the ability to prevent scrolling with focus. So I'm going to look for this. So disable arrow key scrolling. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to, if the index of these okay. So what we need to do then is when we're running the code, if the key is focused, so if the duet canvas is focused, let's go to duet canvas. So yeah, window, add event listener. I think it's just key down. Let's just do E. Yeah, so this feels fair. Well, actually, what we'll do is if e.key is not equal to tab, and let's get the JS focus owner. How do I do that? JavaScript focus element. Current focused element. Okay, document.active element. Read-only property with the DOM receiving keyboards. Okay, so active element equals canvas. So basically we can do tab to get out of the element, but otherwise, oh yeah, and this should be duet canvas. Otherwise we prevent the default. So that should mean that now I can like indent into the thing. Oh wait, I'm in the, there we go. So now I should, there we go. Now I can get this, and also I'm going to do width is like 99% or something like that for the game canvas. Because otherwise it keeps going off the edge here. Oh, right. I've completely hijacked the thing. Let's do also and not control. E dot. Well, no, I'm fine with that. Interesting that the canvas does not seem to restrict its width. But okay. Yeah, so you can see that we do that. And I think what I want is a smaller canvas because this is so, like, tall. Oh, wait, it's because... Okay, it's because the height here, the width here. Do I want breaks like that, or do I just want breaks like this? Oh, yeah. Yeah, refreshing does not work. But okay, very cool. This currently means nothing, though, because we're not actually compiling this from the game. So now I should probably start figuring out how to actually make this work there. So what I'm going to do is let's go back to our duet code. And I'm just going to do, first of all, like, player equals create player. So this is how we'll create the player. And then let's do speed. So we'll do this as that. And then let's say this will be canvas width. Let's say just canvas size divided by 2. And then position plus movement times speed times frame time. And this should be, let's just do delta ms divided by 1000. Sprite position equals position. You know, we'll just do position render sprite position. Or like draw sprite at position. Let's say that. Okay, so now what I want to do is I want to be able to convert this. So this is basically the code that we have in the game now. Kind of. Actually, I won't even bother with the speed there, because we'll do just speed is like 10 pixels per frame. And I will just bother, I won't even bother. I'll make it just frame rate independent, or frame rate dependent. But then, when we pause, this does not do anything. Then it should no longer be drawing. And I should probably have some sort of style on the canvas to affect it when it's paused, but I don't care. And also, I may want to eventually have this on the right side when possible. Ah, well. I'm going to call this, like, text, or editor content. Or no. Editor container. Yeah. What is code container? I see, that's down here. Oh yeah, I just remembered why I have this here, because pre would have all of this indentation here. So I have to do it that way. No indentation allowed. But okay, let's say add thought. So this is another bottom up thing, and this is just the player sprite. And yeah, now what I need to do is I need to create basically a tree of dependencies and then kind of basically do all of this in the code. Well, basically get the system initializers and then like this stuff from code. Okay, so let's go through our bindings. Okay, so we got to parse, and then what I'm going to do, and then we got to read tree. That's a printable thing. Let's do analyze file. So this will like convert a parse tree into the like dependency tree. So I think that would be like how would this work exactly? Like so it'd be like constant global instance, like let's say constant class I guess that's fair. Basically this is going to be like, for example, the player has a speed, that's a constant, so it has no dependency. The movement is based on the keyboard, and that's just global. But then the position is an instance variable because it changes for each instance of the player, because it has that initial value that can be set to something else. So into a dependency tree, it describes tree would be like bindings. I think it turns it into a, so get the bindings as a tree. Roots. Variables. Type. Dependency. Variables. And I guess update. Don't we have that already? Yeah, we have constant, global, instance. I think, huh. Oh, hi. Nice. Welcome to the stream. I'm making my thing. A programming language. And right now I'm doing the major thing, which is the turning the parse tree into the tree of dependencies. So like, for example, for the player, we have our root node. And that has several things. I would have speed, constant, float. And that would have movement, class, float, position, instance, float. Oh wait, no. The instance is not there. In fact, movement isn't there either. Instance, float 2. That would be a lot, but I guess I can say right now I'm working on a programming language, converting the parse tree into the graph for updating variables. What are the variables that we have in this player duet? We just have a sprite as well. Image, constant. Or constant. Anything else that I need? No, because everything else is dependent on I don't know how I'm actually doing this properly. Because, yeah, this actually... Movement, instance, float 2. No, and this is not an instance, this is a class. And then this depends on the keyboard. Platform struct. I guess this would be platform frame. Let's see. I'm currently using JavaScript. All the code so I can have it in a browser. I'm from the US. So how would we know that this is a class variable? I guess it's because it doesn't depend on any other variables. Or it's because it doesn't have an integration. That's what it is. Basically, any value that has a semicolon like this means that it has that it changes differently for each value. Like, movement is always the same for every instance of player. Okay, let's try that. So position also depends on the canvas. Size, which is a class, or no, platform constant float 2. So I'm seeing basically there's 2 different types of things that I need. So like this is an instance, it's also a frame instance because this is a frame class variable. Okay, so every variable has 2 types of properties. All right. Analyze. Findings as, or so this is going to create the see, tree and event. Every variable, for all variables, a tree. Well, technically they could be a cyclic tree, but if it's a cyclic tree, it just does the topmost variable first, I guess? Or it does the last variable first. No, I know. Okay. So I'm trying to figure out... Acyclic tree, they can... Or let's say a cyclic tree... Oh, wait, yeah. An acyclic tree, though, they can depend on the value of the previous frame. For example, position, so like, last position equals X, or position, see, 0, 0, velocity, etc. Okay. So this means that technically the velocity, or this last position, is not directly dependent, quote unquote, on the position. It is dependent on the position of the previous frame. But when it's initialized, it'll also initialize this in that order. Or it'll initialize this there. Alright. I'm also chatting in, or typing in chat, so I've been... Now it's like dividing my attention too much. But okay, that's fine there. So, every variable has the following. A type. So, select type, or details. Actually, it'd be... I'm going to say type and size. As like... This will be like always here, perhaps? So that way I can always just say... Well, no, I think that's too much. Type or type size for tuples. I think it's just for arrays. They're all going to be arrays. And then there would be a depth type, or like, let's say, update. or let's say storage. Storage, and this will be constant, global, or instant. So basically, this only depends on so it is either evaluated, or it can be evaluated at compile time or at the start of the program using only platform constants. Let's say that. Because, yeah, they can be fields or functions. Let's see. So, advice about video game development. Let's see. So, I think software development is worth getting, worth studying. Field to study. Games are very competitive. Even if you don't. There's quite a lot of work in software. There's quite a lot of work. All right. So we have our storage, then we have our update. So this would be, I mean, I guess if it's constant here, it's constant there as well. Constant frame or variable. And so that basically means constant redundant with storage constant. Never updates. So basically, anything that's storage constant should be there. But yeah, let's see. Class would be... This is anything that has a... Let's say this. So I think the update's more important. Yeah. I'm making a compiler, but it's into kind of a runtime in JavaScript. Well, it's compiled, but then it's turned into, like, you know, whatever. It's ambiguous what compilation versus interpretation means, I guess. Because I'm converting it into some weird set of arrays that are then manipulated in JavaScript. But I wouldn't really call it, like, compiled, I guess. It's more interpreted with a weird bytecode, or at least the language that I'm making. JavaScript, though, is definitely interpreted, usually. They can be just-in-time compiled, though. So let's say this value never updates, and this is going to be... There's only one copy of this value, redundant, or like 1-to-1 correlation with, Actually, wait. That means we don't need this here, because this means that there's only one copy here. Copy of this value for the entire set of entities. I think this would actually be called a global value. So global or instance storage. So, okay. A global value is both constant values, so these are both constants, but then also anything that's updated that has no dependency on the internals of the value itself. Let's see, is programming in general difficult? I would say it gets easier with experience. There's a lot of things to learn. But once you do, it's a lot like a normal spoken language. Or let's say, yeah, it gets easier with experience. There's a lot of concepts you have to learn, but once you do, it's consistent, or it's easier to apply them. Okay, so an instance variable, a value is saved. Every instance. This is required. Why did I do it like this instead of like this? Like, I could just... This makes my life easier, because I don't need this. But okay. So last position depends, or yeah, last position depends on the value of from the previous frame. Actually, yeah, let's say this. Wait, we can literally just do this, because position depends on the value of itself from the previous frame as well. So, basically, any... Okay. Key thing, or let's say any binding containing initializer will be instance storage. Otherwise, they're all global. Okay. So constant, the value never updates. Frame, no matter what. Variable, the value varies. How was my day? It's not too cold. So yeah, it's been raining a lot here, but winters are pretty mild where I am. It's warm enough that I'd only need a... Yeah. Is there anything else that I need to figure out? So I need to figure out when frames are updated, because I think it's going to be basically every frame, even if it's the same value. That I can update, but not every frame. I think what it's basically going to come down to is, the update of a value is the max of the update of its dependencies. Variable is the max of the update, so it's going to be constant variable frame. So if we go back up to update, so yeah, we need constant variable frame, like that. Because this means that if it updates every frame, then it doesn't matter if it updates, you know, every now and then, because we need to update the variable every frame. Okay. So the value refreshes every frame, even if it's the same value, and then we have our type here. And so this is based on the type of the expression or the hint provided. Could be fun. How? Yeah, I'm having a whole conversation in chat about Christmas trees. But okay, so I think to grab the parsing, let's get... Oh, wait. Something broke. Missing property after ID. What does that mean? 1057. Oh, I see. 0, instance 1. Duet is not defined because... did I not do that? Missing colon after property ID? Is it because... So it's in line 1057. Oh, I see. I think I'll also just put this at the top because we'll probably need this for everything. Well, actually, no, we won't. Yeah, we would only need this for our constant things. Let s equal file, or let tree equal file dot parse tree dot node. Let's see, how is the United States doing? How would I describe the situation? But okay, we have our node here. Oh yeah, we should also figure out if the entity is this. So let's just do EK text. Ooh. See. Has been... I guess the US has been kind of unstable. Right. I'm mostly... too badly affected. But it does feel I know, things like food do fluctuate in price quite a bit. Down in price a lot. Yeah, because eggs, I mean, there's still some eggs that are like $10 a dozen at some stores. I need to kind of step through this. Hang on. Basically what I need is analyze. So parse all. Why did I name it this? I'm gonna do duet.analyze all. For F in duet files, duet.files F dot analysis equals there we are. Okay. Console log. I'm gonna log the duet files F analysis. I know. Let D equal this, D that, D there. So this is going to be dependencies equals this, and then we'll return, I guess this will be like binding, or like dependencies, events, that'll be like that. I think this would be like, let's do like, oh yeah, variables have to be, they have to start in a fixed order. And basically this is going to be, an array of the top level variables and their dependencies. So yeah, type, update, storage, dependencies. And that would be basically an ordered list of the well, how would it actually be done? I guess value and expression. Variable. So I think every top level variable. Well, we may need to access like a variable otherwise. Value of the variable also describes dependent variables. But okay, I'm gonna use the bathroom, so I'll be back in a few minutes as well. Okay, I have an idea. So I'm going to figure out what exactly I want this analysis to be first. So it's going to be like a test or let. So let's do duet files f analysis equals test analysis f. Okay. Duet game.duet. Okay. So the game duet, it only has one dependency. So we'll call this let's just say bindings. Player type entity. Hang on. I'm gonna have this up here as like entity 8 program 9. So yeah, our type is going to be type.entity player. Our update will be constant. Our storage will be storage global. I will put this up here because it doesn't really hurt to have all this stuff together. I could have this all in sort of like a thing together, but that'd be fine. Test analysis, so yeah. This is how this would work, and then we would have an expression, which would be... And we should probably have some sort of parse node for like reparsing this, but that'll be fine. Oh, and then we have events. Oh yeah, I forgot. We need to have this as like this. Should I call this something else? So that way it's less ambiguous, because yeah, we have type entity player, update equals that, storage equals that, and that means that we need a dependency. And that's just gonna be type. I guess it'll just be duet dot function call. quit.parsenode.accessor. Text. Create. No, I think what I should do is I should have some sort of more concrete, like, reference here. Yeah, once we have the dependency, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to have... yeah, let's have a different analysis. So this will be like expression. Func platform. Op platform. No, I think we have functions platform. Function script. Call it function local. Function non-local. Okay. So we'll have expressions, and the only type at this analysis stage, they'll be either a constant, a variable, a platform function, a local function, or a non-local function. And basically the way that these work is entity player. Actually, that means that here, when we do this, I'm going to do player.create. So basically, this means that this should probably just be called myPlayer or something like that. Because it'll be ambiguous otherwise. So yeah, anything like binary operators, so standard functions including binary, actually accessor, or including operators. Okay, so now what we'll have is expression dot I think I need this here. Yeah. Or I could do that. It doesn't really matter. We'll do accessor. And then this should have names. This will be actually expression type, val type, type dot entity, player. And so I think we would need to actually, when we do analysis, we wouldn't be able to do all of this at once. We'd have to do multiple passes over it, but that's fine for now. Basically, we wouldn't be able to know what player.create is until we've analyzed player, or until we've seen that there is an entity called player. Okay, and also we should have type, or like, yeah, type here, program. So yeah, this is a type of program called game. And I think at this point there would be no need for the actual parsing information, because at least it'll be impossible to actually get it manually. But okay, so this is kind of just gonna be like, I think this is what I need now. So yeah, we have a dependency. It's an expression accessor. It is of type entity player. It is named entity create. I should probably have this actually do something else. So yeah, because we're not parsing here. We actually need the real type of this. And that's going to be, so this is going to be a platform function. And we're going to do something like duet dot, call it like function. Duet platform dot create function. Argument will be player. Okay. So basically, create type entity I guess it'd be a generic. I guess I'll just say that for now. And then function type. And I guess we'd have like a count here. So yeah, eventually we'd get like an index here into whatever we do. Yeah, I'll have to figure out how allocating entities works. That'll be horrible. But okay. So basically, once we have our test analysis, we should be able to go through we'll go through every binding. Anything that's constant will do. Okay, and then we have no events here. So that's fine. And also I want to do draw image. Type function. Args would be image. I guess this would be, what would this be actually? Image. Let's say that. So args image, type real 2. Data. I'll ignore that. Oh, let's have a create here. I don't care. Okay, when we load a sprite, we return an image. And then what we can do is we can do, when we draw an image, we have an image and we have positions. And then what I'm going to do is function is images positions. Draw 2D. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is duet, platform, draw image, no, canvas, sprite. Let's say that. Platform, canvas, draw, sprite, and that would be our images, which for now is actually just one image. And then player positions. This will be like FN single multi. So let draw 2D equal duet canvas dot get context 2D for let position of position. Okay. Basically, we have that, and then I'm also going to have, you know, I won't have anything else for now. Okay. So yeah, we still just create one player. And I think it'd be player just one there. Well, we'll say that. And basically the way that it'll work is this will be like group maybe or something like that. FN batch or something. Batch. And yeah, eventually that'll do something. Okay, and then duet player duet. Tricky stuff. Okay. So for the object here, we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, we only have one top level. No, we have two top level things. We have sprite and we have position. What should I call this? I'll call it top, or like dependencies. How about that? And in fact, we could have the dependency just depend on that there. I'll think on that. Oh, wrong thing. Thank you, Godot. Okay. So dependencies. Position. Oh wait, no. We need these in like a top level order. Name, position. Wait, actually, once they're at the top, it doesn't matter. Like, I just realized. Because this is supposed to be, yeah, this is a top level thing. We don't do these in any order now. So here we'd have position, and that would be a type real 2. And this would be an update of update frame, because the keyboard, because the movement would be frame update. But then we would have like storage dot instance. Initial would be 0, 0. Basically, initial values are unique to updates. Or are unique to instance variables. And in fact, I may have some sort of like initialize function here instead. Well, I think this is fine for now. Basically, just have a default initial value and then a semicolon and then the value that's calculated the rest of the time. And this is only true. So basically, it's meaningless to have an initial value if you then don't depend on it in some way by depending on the frame, you know, the next values. But okay, we also don't need events there because I do think it's going to be tied to the variable itself. Well, I'll have to figure out how to do that. I don't know how to... Hang on. I'm going to do... type real. Update. Constant. And that means we don't actually even need the storage there, so we can just remove it. So if it updates constantly, that means that the value is 10.0. And actually we can just have dependency. And it'll just be, well, let's still have this as like exp type, well, hang on. Let's say that. Let's say that has like this standard there. Update constant value type expression function call, no, function platform, and the function type would then be, or yeah, function would be duet dot platform dot load sprite. Let's have that nested. Okay. Okay. So right now, we're still trying to figure out basically how to write our program in JavaScript objects. Because yeah, I'm not sure how, like I'm not sure where or what information this needs before, like, to get processed further. How we would derive this information from the parse tree, which admittedly isn't going to be too complicated. Basically, this requires us to like resolve constants, resolve arguments, or resolve like where functions are and things like that. And then I do a little bit more advanced analysis to figure out, like, you know, do we use, well, this only has like the batched functions. But okay. Once we have that, we would then do our movement. I think I would just have dependencies as a tree here. Or like, yeah, let's look at how this would work. So, speed type expression dot, and actually this is going to be speed type fn dot stand, what would this be? Fn duet dot platform dot op divide. Basically our standard ops. Add actually, let's say add I, sub I, add R, sub R. We don't even need these, hang on. Okay. Okay. So we need... I think I now need different types of functions. I'll basically do function A's, B's. So result equals A's dot length. Basically, by default, again, we're going to be, like, assuming that everything's operated on as arrays. And so this would be for a, or let I equal 0, I less than A's length, I plus plus. And because this is automatically generated, we can guarantee that this function will be called with equally sized arrays. And I will figure that out soon. But basically, result I equals AI plus BI. Turn result. And so we'll have very, very similar things for all these other beautiful codes. And actually, for now, I won't even bother with, like, the I here, because I was basically assuming that I'd have separate integer and real types, but I think I'm just gonna not have that. Well, I think basically they'll just both use this same thing, so because we don't have any, like, separate fancy thing. Yeah, we'll just put all of these under real. All numbers are real for now. Because, yeah, if I were doing this more sophisticatedly, I would make a VM, and then that VM would know things like, you know, integers and reals and stuff like that. But okay, now we have operators. And so that means now I can do op div args let's retype. Oh wait, no. We would need expression. What would we need here? Expression accessor. So from our first accessor, so this is going to be canvas size. Oh wait, that's going to be tricky to figure out. What if I just call this platform? So like so like we don't even disambiguate functions here. We just have like the name and then we have the value. So I'm just going to do that actually. So constant platform local, non-local. So what is that? Type. So yeah, now this is going to be platform. And we'll always just have like, I guess, yeah, like this. FN. Or let's say like ref. So basically, if we have no arguments, we can assume that it's actually meant to be a value that we can reach. Or, yeah. So yeah, no more func platform, we just have platform. And no more fn, we just have ref. And that means when we do this, we'll do platform. And it will be a reference to duet.platform canvas size. And it'll have no arguments because it's not a function, it's just a variable. And then we get 2. And we actually need some sort of, wait, why do I have that? Canvas size divided by 2. There we go. Tricky. Okay, so reference is duet.platform.op.add. And then the args here would be just 2 more arrays. Why is it doing that? Our expression type would then be expression local. Because basically I'm doing position plus a multiplication of movement and speed. And this would be reference would be position. And so basically this is why it depends, or this is why it's an instance variable, because it depends on itself. And therefore it changes. Actually, we should do a name here rather than a reference. Because otherwise, well, yeah, that makes sense. Duet platform op multiply args. Why does it do that? But it doesn't do that for that. I think Sublime is just not very smart. But okay. Okay. So this describes the dependencies of everything except for this. And I can do that by just doing, let's close this. So initial value, so yeah, we can close position up. Let's do movement. So yeah, type is a real 2. And our update is update.frame. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Storage is storage class. And we have no initial value, we just have a value. I guess that means the storage class is also the max of, man, where is storage? Global instance. Okay. So our expression type is going to be, this is now going to be, I think, a list. List, and then like size, like 2, values. Well, let's say that. Okay, so we only need 2 subtractions, 2 accessors. So that means basically reference to a platform. Oh, subtract. And then args. Okay, expression type ref. This is duet.platform. Keyboard. Right. Left. And then we'd have down and up. Okay, so this is basically describing in full the expression that we have here. Let's double check that all of this makes sense. Actually, how do we make a list out of whatever. This should be fine. So that means an expression actually needs a few different types of things. Wait, what? Why is this not like I swear it's here. Yeah, it's... Oh, because it's not... That has never been correct. I guess an array. Open it line 45, column 12. Okay. Wait, where's the bug at? 98? Is closer where it is? Oh, right, because we don't have a comma after op. Almost. 457 is our next step. So somewhere in here we're missing 1 comma, or we have an extra comma, or we have a semicolon we're not supposed to. So frame instance initial, this, 481. We're getting closer to the bottom of the page. What's this for? Oh, for position. Okay, I see. And then it goes there. Oh, and then we don't have our events yet. Let's do a condition. So I'm going to say our first condition will have an expression type of expression.local, and then it'll have a name of position. Basically nothing fancy there. And then the messages type expression.platform reference equals duet platform dot what should it be? Canvas draw sprite args will be equal to expression local name would be sprite. So basically we draw our sprite at our position. I think the big issue with this is that we're not guaranteeing that the sprite draws every frame unless the position changes every frame based on the semantics of this. And the only reason that it works for this is because I decided that the keyboard changes every frame, or it refreshes the values every frame. I'll ignore that for now. This isn't about making a good programming language. This is about making a programming language in like 3 more days. But okay, so now we should have the semantic tree, unless we're, unless I haven't like closed the code properly. But okay, so somewhere within position, somewhere within 481, this position. So somewhere inside of these args, that's because we should not have had one thing there, first of all. Missing colon after, or missing end bracket after property list, and that's because we have something that's missing here. Bindings, so I guess that means events has what it needs. And this just has one thing here. So 527 is now where the issue is arising, because we don't have that. Okay, constant is not defined. Oh, right. There we go. So now it's getting a little bit closer. You know what? I'm just going to start moving things up into the global space because I'm tired of having to put like duet dot everything in front of everything. Can't access sub in duet.platform.up. And that's because it needs to be op. Except for here. And we do subtract there. Okay. And that means that we still have this. This isn't actually doing anything with our code yet. Because now what I need to do is I need to figure out how to convert this analysis result into the actual thing that we use for our code. And then we still have the mysterious process of turning our parse tree into this, but this shouldn't be too hard to figure out. And I still haven't... Well... I know what I'll do. I will keep this as it is. I was about to say, basically, like, remove these update and storage, and then figure those out dynamically through the code, but that'll be the next step. Right now, we need to go sort of our bottom-up approach of convert that stuff into code. So that'll be once we analyze, we do run. So we basically analyze all. That means we should have like programs and entities, and we should only have one program. Okay. And so program will equal... let's do, like... I have an idea. This will be the real code. Let D equal this. And then if so if program and d.type console error cannot have multiple programs. Else. I know what to do. If our type equals that, if program, else program equals, let's just set program equal to f. So this will be the file that we have. And then else we'll do d or entities d dot type 1 equals file, or F. There we go. Basically what I'm doing here is I'm setting which script is the file, or which file is the program file, and which files are entities. And so that way I don't have to go through all of them and like get them. I can just like grab the program. So let's try that again to make sure that that works. So duet.program, it's undefined, which is not quite what we needed there. Files dot, let's just see the files. Let's see what the analysis says. Yeah, so we can see here, 9 game. Type dot entity, and then let's do, hang on. Oh wait, duet dot this. Okay, hang on. It has to be duet dot program. There we are. We can pause that. Okay. So this means that now if I do duet.program, that tells us that we have the game.duet, duet.entities. We only have one, which is the player. And it's in that script. And I kind of want duet.files to be renamed duet.scripts. Let's not do that, actually. Okay. But now we've gotten our analysis, and now what I can do is I can go to test. What can I do? Run. Okay, because now what we can do is if a function is async, how do we determine if a function... Well, let's go to let program equal program, or duet.program. I know. Duet.files, duet.program.analysis. What should we actually call this? I'm going to call this, no, I will call it the analysis. Okay, so now we need to go back to what I said here. So when we initialize, we allocate the program. So we initialize the program variable. So anything that needs to be initialized once. I think what I'll do is when we actually do dependencies or variables. So we're actually going to do this in a slightly different way. because we don't need to go through each of the bindings here. We actually need like constants. So we'd have like type real. And so anything that updates constant, we have that. And then we'd have globals. And those would be, for example, movement. And that means that we do not need to, storage no longer exists. So that means that whole big comment that I made is kind of not necessary, but I will ignore it. Okay. So then our global variables, then we have our locals, or instance. Yeah, constant, global, instant, events. And then here we would have, I guess, local? Actually, constant. Yeah, we would only have one value, which is a constantly made thing. And constants don't need to have anything with update or that. Okay. Anything that's happening here? Okay. So creating placeholder, or creating like a hard-coded program analysis. Okay. Okay, pause that still. I don't need that anymore. Or I still don't need that, I suppose I should say. I can't keep it all in my mind at the same time. Like, I have to actually have both of these. Like there and there. Okay. Huh? Oh, right, because it's async. Okay. Okay. So I guess what we do is for each constant, we actually create the creation here. So, do we do anything special with create? I guess we just do for, let's see, in program.constant. And I'll actually just have the rest of these as well, like global has nothing, and then instance, nothing. And events, there are none. And events don't even need to be in an order, but I guess it's fine. Okay, so for each constant of the thing, what we're going to do is we're going to create a, We'll have a constant buffer. Oh, we already have that, don't we? Don't we? Let's just call it vars. No, I swear we have vars, don't we? Yeah, we do. So we don't even need this, because what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to have vars as constant. Global. And this will be like per class. Instance. Arrays per class. Let's do like a get name. So this would be return analysis dot type 1. So like vars. Okay, so we get the script name from the program. So the constant at program name is equal to an empty array. Yeah, that's fine. So yeah, we'll organize the variables by in this format. And then we should also have like I don't know, entities as like an array of indices, I guess. I don't know yet. I'll figure that out soon. We're gonna have messages here. So when we create a thing, I'm trying to figure out how I actually want to do this. You know, for now what I'm going to do is match or switch on c.exp type. So a constant should probably be some sort of thing. Oh wait, no. Okay. For now, I'm going to have a very simple function called eval, which will take an expression. And so we do actually program constant c dot value. There's a lot for my brain to handle. As I've been saying repeatedly, I don't know what I'm doing. But basically now what I'm going to be doing is match or switch exp expression type. Yeah, for now, because I'm not going to be doing anything fancy with constants in the thing here, I'll just eval it once. So it'd be like well, actually, we don't even really need to see whether it's ref or name. Type. So let's just do if ref in expression, if fn in ref, or let's do like if args in ref. Function else. We do that. We get the value from that thing. Because that's basically just how these work. And actually, hang on. Or actually, if ref in expression, else if get in ref. Right now. Size type to value would be, actually we do get turn duet canvas, or like let c equal duet.canvas, c dot width, c dot height. Okay. And actually we do need different operators here because I need to be able to divide vectors and numbers. But okay, for now I'll ignore that. But okay, so if args are in here, we need to return a function call, and that's going to be, let a equal args dot map duet eval. So let's say if exp this. Okay, because basically that means for our argument, we will get this expression. So we're basically getting A. So that means we have this. So that means we have a list of players. And then what I need to do is I need to call the function with this list. So if we have, I think what we need to do now is return exp.ref args with splatting. How do we do that? JavaScript call function array. So how do we splat it? ... Good. So the actual thing, fn, we need to figure out what function we're using. Let's say if fn single in ex.ref. Else console.error not implemented lol. Okay. Basically, all of that to say that now what I'm going to be doing is fn single, type that. So let ent equal duet entities type. If not ent, return null. Else, I guess we would return a, we need some sort of way of adding messages. I guess we just have that here. For now, let's just do that. Basically, we should have it creating something. Eval. So wasn't it supposed to happen here? Hang on. Compile and run. So our program is this, and we have a constant of player with type of that and value of this. And that means that we should do... Oh, wait. This here needs to be something else. So we do duet, evaluate, program constant C. Wait, what? Isn't it supposed to be like this? That makes much more sense to me. Because then we have this as player, and that means that pconst of player, which is, as we know, duet.vars.constant.game. And now we get this. So yeah, now we can get the args, we can get the expression type, we get the reference, and we don't even need to check the expression type. Because if it has, well, we don't need to check it unless it's because if it has a reference, that means we just, like, literally have a pointer to whatever data we want. And there should have been, hang on, exp, oh wait, but hang on, we just get the name of it. Oh wait, no, that's because we're evaluating. We mapped it. Yeah, because we literally just did exp.args.map. Okay, so we have player. And then if fn single in there, we did something? Hang on. What did we not do? EX is not... Oh. I love dynamically typed code. It makes it easy to write compilers and interpreters. And this is like a good use of this. But okay, now we created a player, hypothetically. What that means, though, is that I need to have some way of actually, like, allocating entities that we're creating in a frame. And that's going to be... I'm going to put that in our variables as messages. And basically, we're just going to console error, no such thing. And I think I'm actually going to do entities is going to be just basically map of types to counts of the entities, I think. Okay, so how exactly do I want an entity to be laid out in the game world? I think what it's going to be is, like, for example, let's have, like, a world. And that would have, like, game, and it'd just have the one game. And then we'd have, like, a player, and it'd have, like, our one player. Wait, no. It should have each field as a separate thing, though. Because the whole thing is, like, I want it to be as struct of array focused as possible. Yeah, so it's not going to be like this. So I think what I want is actually just let's have, for example, this, because what we're gonna do is then have like player, let's say like, yeah, because this is a class variable, or like global variables here. Yeah, okay, I see what I want. Or let's say entity is here. Okay. So what we actually do is we just get the program. So we're just going to do a duet.platform create game. That's all we need to do there. Or fn single game. Hi, welcome to the stream. I'm trying to figure out how to organize all my complicated stuff because I'm making a weird programming language. I'm trying to figure out how to lay out entities. But okay, so basically for this we would do like global player 0. So we create an index into the object. It is so it's based on JavaScript, but the challenge was to make your own programming language and your own game in that programming language in a week. And right now I have this, but it's not actually in the programming language. It's in JavaScript that's like meant to be compiled from the programming language. It's funky stuff. Yeah, because I think what I need is, for a player, we'd also have, like, I guess we just still have global as, like, speed 10, sprite, image. The sprite, and then, like, instance would be like I guess just an array. Oh wait, no. It'd be a struct of arrays. Let's see. How can one create... Oh wait, hang on. Yeah, the way one can create a programming language is with excessive difficulty, it seems. Because, yeah, I can barely understand what I'm doing. But okay, so we got movement position. So I think that means that we just need... movement is 0, 0. Position 0, 0. Okay. That actually means, I think what this means is that a key component to making a variable, or like this is like, if we have a global or variable, that means that there's only going to be one of them. If we have an instance, that means there's a lot of them. So if we called a function, for example, to draw this sprite at a position, we would need to we know that we have one sprite and multiple things, because that's one of the things I was trying to figure out is how to make those work properly, or like call the right function, because we can have basically the same function name to mean multiple things, to draw one sprite at one position or to draw multiple sprites at multiple positions. But okay, now I think what we're going to do is when we create an object, also program equals this. So we actually need this to always be the case. If d type 0 equals equals a type program, this will always be there, and then we have that. Let's see. So when do your instances will take global variables too? Or carry them? Basically, instances will never have global variables. So basically, like, this player is actually, like, assuming, or it's designed as if there were going to be multiple players. Because, like, an enemy, for example, might have a global speed. Or let's say like 8. But then it would have, again, it's like instance position and stuff like that. So basically, global is going to be anything where the compiler can figure out that it's the same for every instance of a given class. So for example, like the input to the player movement is global because it never changes for any number of players. Like the keyboard will always give the same inputs. And so technically, I could make multiple players, but I won't... Well, actually, I could do that. It's going to be sort of like a shmup, so I could have multiple players, like, being controlled by one set of controls. That'd be fun. Why did I put this here? Oh yeah, this was the code that I deleted. But okay, now we always set the entities there. And then when we do create, we're going to have a single function. And yeah, if we don't have that, we'll do that. Oh, wait. We actually need, hang on. I'm going to call that, because entities will now contain the actual data for them. Very complicated. Okay, we will let the program be, or we will let this script be duet files ent analysis. So now we're getting the script for this given object. And then for each of the constants in it, let's first off do if not type in entities type equals, or entities type equals constant instance. And then for, and I guess also count. We don't really need this. We don't really need that, because now we're getting the entity type directly here. So yeah, if the type is not in entities, we'll do that. And then for let C in script constant. Okay, I'm doing that exactly how I want it to be. So that means entities type constant oh wait, we don't need to set the constants anywhere. Oh wait, no, we do need to set the... Okay, yeah. Dot constant C equals eval script constant C value. Now we do duet eval. Okay. And we also need to figure out anything that has an initial value in the instance variables. And that should be anything, how do I make sure that that would work? Because anything that's a global that isn't constant would be something that's updating. And so we basically wouldn't need to set it right now. But I guess we could set it. Yeah, I guess we do have to set it, actually. Yeah, so we'll do a very similar thing for the G in global. And then what we're going to do is for let I in entities dot, or no, script dot instance entities type instance I equals nothing right now. I guess it might be oh, actually, I know what to do. Okay. If script instance I, if there's an initial value in this thing, so we're going to have that there. We'll have a value. Actually, we can just set this to value. Oh wait, but this should be done for every single one of these, not if there's there. Okay. Hang on. There's a lot of things I need to figure out. Okay. Basically, if we have never created an entity of this type before, we need to insert it into our entities table. So there'll be 0 of them. There'll be... actually, there'll be 1 of them now. Well, let's put that there, because we'll just do, like, entities type count plus equals 1. And then we don't need any messages. We don't need any whatever this is. And actually, I think what I'm going to do is... trying to figure out how exactly I want to set this up. So for a function of single, when we're creating a single... I'll just do single for now. Okay. So basically, we've created an instance. But then for each instance variable, we need a value. And so what we actually do here is we push that value to our instance variable. Because val will equal script.instancei dot initial. This will be duet eval. Actually, we can just do duet eval here. Because otherwise, this is going to equal script instance I value. Okay. So basically, what this means is, for the player, go to the player, this value will be computed and set as our position at first. And for movement, this value will be computed once and set as our position. And so we won't need to do anything fancy otherwise. And then we actually just return entities. Actually, let's let ID basically, we get back an ID. So this is an entity, but it's actually just going to return us a reference to it. And that should mean that now, when we create an entity through here, let's see if this all works still. It compiles at least. Did it do anything? No. Game is not defined. And that's because when we go to 306, this is supposed to be a string. Okay. Now we're creating a game. And so now we go through our entities. It died somehow. Oh, because it's a... if not, type in duet entities. Right, that's going to be fun to deal with every single time. I love JavaScript. It's so convenient, it's so easy to write things. But okay. So now, we're creating a game. And within that game, so we have our beautiful entities here. Do I want this to be... how wide do I want this? How easy should it be to see? Because yeah, we got our constants, we got a player, and that will basically also call into duet. So now, as we are creating our thing, we create a player. And that's pretty nice. Okay, so duet entities type constant C, duet eval script. Okay, did it work or is there an exception? Okay, yeah. Right hand side of in should be an object got undefined. Wait, where was that? 285. If fn single in exp.ref, we should have ref in expression. If args in expression, let this equal that. Let fn single equal this. Oh, is it because it's in here as a value, but it's undefined because I haven't actually created it properly? Hang on, let's do duet dot, how should we do this? I guess duet dot files, duet player dot analysis. Because what we'd have is basically, we have our global variables, such as movement. We have our constant variables. So I think I would actually organize these by global and, like, batch the global and constants together, because we do the exact same thing here. And then it's basically the update mode that changes when we do that. Yeah, okay. Load, so this would be duet.platform.image or file.load sprites. So we don't need this. Okay. Okay, and then we'll ignore these for now. And I'm realizing this is still not really... I'm going about this kind of backwards from what I want it to be, which is it shouldn't actually call this eval function. Instead, what I want is eventually for the values to know, or basically like to add listeners to variables. So like I guess these are fine to set. The actual instances should probably not be set here, because yeah, like we don't want to eval this right there. Yeah, I'll say this is not going to be set here. Well, actually, we can just have, like, val equals duet.eval that. Otherwise, we don't do that because we're not computing that yet, because there's no dependency. I think I'm doing kind of too many things at once with my brain. But okay. We're evaluating our constants. We got our constants in here. So now we got the player. It has constants. No speed, no sprite, and no instance. Oh, interesting. It was supposed to add a thing here. Let's do like null here. So that way I can make sure that it's actually at least correct in that sense. Okay, so we go back to the top. Set our scripts. Set our globals. Didn't work again. Can't access property movement. Duet.entities.type.global is undefined. Oh, is it because... I forgot to set it. That's easy. Yeah, I guess for now, I'll do this eval stuff. And then I'll figure out what I really want, which is to... Oh wait, I keep forgetting to do that. Okay, not implemented LOL, that's fine. Ref is not defined, that's because if get in... gets in exp ref. Okay. Let's just continue. Let's see what happens. Images is not defined, not implemented, not implemented. That's fine. Images is at... because now we don't do this. And we're not going to have the system initializers. Because instead what we should be doing is we should be setting variables that are not there. Actually, how do I do that? Because yeah, what I want is basically system clear color equals 0, 0, 0. Or canvas. So we have that there. So yeah, my player. And then, we actually need an expression type, expression platform here, because we're initializing something other than the game, or this thing. Let's just get that. Yeah, so we should be getting that. So yeah, this is now entities.player.position. And then this would be also .player.constant speed. Entities, player, instance, position. Shouldn't position be in here? Oh yeah, it's probably because it's not implemented. Let's just return null for now. See if that helps mitigate some issues now. Right, because now our position is null, because our position is not being set correctly. Yeah, because again, what I actually want is I think, listeners on my properties here. So here I have this set up in kind of a funky way. Let's go to like the platform. So basically what we'd actually do is we'd have keyboard. And whenever keyboard changes, it has a listener that then sets player.movement. So that updates player.movement. And then that would, in return, update player position. We actually need the object here, so I'd probably need like the entity of like so that should be no problem there. Let's do eval. Huh. Hang on. Anytime we do an eval, we need the type of the object that we're doing it on. We need the ID of the entity. Let's just call it this, type ID. And so basically anytime we have like a local reference, we're gonna get the name of it. And so I'll figure that out soon. But yeah, what I actually want is not to like call into, like player position should not call movement to get the keyboard to get the thing. It should be whenever the keyboard changes, it tells the movement and it tells the position, and then that's how it works. And then the position can also do its events. Okay. I'll figure that out soon, but basically I'll get the thing actually working first, and then I'll figure out how to sort of reverse the direction of this. Because, okay, our expression can have a reference. Else if expression in name, or no, else if name in expression, and here what we actually need is a switch of exp type. Wait, actually, let's do first of all, if exp.exp type equals list, return exp dot array. Wait, array colon. Where's that? Let's just call this array. Hang on. Okay, this should be fine now. So this is going to be array. We're going to return exp.array.map eval type ID. Or let's say a. And we actually need to do the same thing here, where we do duet.eval type id a, because we evaluate it in the same context as everything else. Okay, that's fair enough. So if a name is in an expression, local, expression, non-local. Oh, wait, no. These are all cases. Ooh, hang on. Let ent equal entities.this. I need to figure out if it's a local constant. Actually, I just realized I can just make that a thing. Like that. So expression will no longer have... It'll be constant, global, platform, or no, global instance, or array. So now, for example, this addition is a local, no, an instance variable, plus 2 global variables. Actually, this is technically a constant variable. Well, I'm just going to make the constants also not here, so I'm just going to make that global. So yeah, we're just gonna have everything together. There are globals and there are instance variables. There are no constant variables. This should be duet.entities.player.global sprite. Wait, hang on. Why is this here? This should just be the image. Update constant, script.constant. Now we don't have that anymore. And that means .global, this will be... .global, this will be... Oh, wait. Is this actually... This actually is a constant, though. Okay, that's fair. So we should probably do like a... Honestly, we probably should have done this from the start. Okay, so if we have a platform... Well, actually, we don't even need those two. We'll just have these two. And then we can have, like, the expression instance. And I think... Yeah, for expression instance and expression global, it should always be a local variable. So we just do return entities type instance ID. And then, oh wait, no. Instance exp.name ID. I'm going to have a very similar thing for this, where we do global exp name ID. And then I think for non-local variables, we would actually do something slightly different, which is going to be... Do we have any non-locals? Not yet. Let's just make sure this works so far. Because what I can do at the moment is, for each instance, I will just update the thing. So yeah, because we have like this... Hang on, I'm actually going to do a clamp here, as I did. Zero, zero. Canvas.size. Okay. So we're now going to do all of our entity stuff through here. So let's just do for now let's inst of... Ooh. This will be kind of bad to figure out, because it's not really meant for what I'm about... Well... You know, I'll keep this for now. Because what I need to do is kind of do... As I said before, I need to make this proper. I need to make this the correct way around. Right now, I'm doing the eval when I should be adding listeners. But okay, count is undefined. Okay, and that's because if we have no type in there, we need to do this. And that actually means that if we have globals, we should do those after this. So duet.entities.global.g. So let's do... We need to do... that. Actually, let's do like ID equals 0. Else ID equals this. There we go. Okay. Basically, we know the ID is 0 if there are no entities here. So this way I can still properly evaluate the globals, even if they depend on other variables from in here. And that does mean that I need to have a certain order for those globals, if they depend on each other. Oh, that's not the thing that I meant to do. Okay, entity nothing. Let's call it that. That was not what I meant to do. Okay, but now that works. Type error can't access type D is undefined. And that's because D is test analysis F. Hang on. Okay, can't access property 0, PPI is null, and that's because there's things that are still not implemented. Okay, so that's if reference in expression, if args in expression, if fn single in that, elif fn in exp ref, return ooh, this is going to be miserable because we need to actually split the args into arrays of arguments. So I'd actually need to do expression ref dot map r into r 0. Okay. Oh, and this needs to be fn. Okay. A is not defined, and that's because we need exp.args.map r into that, into 0. Is that because we have this? FN 74. Oh, 74, what? Oh, because this is A's and B's. Uncaught promise, A is not defined again, because we still have the AI and BI. Okay, a little bit better. Draw image. Argument 1 could not be converted to any of HTML blah, HTML this, HTML that. Okay, let's see where this will happen. Oh wait, no, that's not where we need that. We need and draw fn single multi. And I think that's because we actually need to await our program here. Yeah, because our current thing is actually a position, or a promise. I see. It's because our thing has not yet been sprite. Eval. Async type. Let's do if v equals this, if v promise. How do we check if a thing is a promise? Let's check if the function is ace, or let's check JavaScript check if object is promise. Because we need to check if if something is promise unnecessarily complicates the code, just use... Okay. I'm just going to do, yeah, I'll just do that. Promise.resolve. I'll probably just do await promise.resolve. Resolves a given promise, or value to a promise. If the value is a promise, that promise is returned. If the value is thenable, promise.resolve will call then. I love dynamically typed code where you can never have anything that ever has a then method. Because then I can't do this. Alright. Wait, why did I put an await or a parentheses around the await here? That's fine. Yeah. And so then we resolve our other promise. So I think those are the only two places where we actually call duet eval, except for... Okay, we need to do that. Well, that's fine here. Because, yeah, we just map those to evaluations, and then we should resolve all of those, hopefully. What's the console look like? Okay. We will need to go to load sprites. Because, yeah, I think the big issue here is that I actually just need to... I need to make, like, everything await. Did we not do load sprite? Oh, is it? Hang on. Did I not implement it? No, it says it's, FN single multi. Oh, it's because it's a single multi. Hang on. I'm just gonna make this, oh wait, no. That's load... Hang on. FN single. Wait, let's just call that FN single async. And I'm gonna do paths.map duet.platform file dot single. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. It's in part because I wasn't doing that. Okay, try this again. So now we have those. So now I should be able to... Okay, I can go here. Get the blob. So we have awaited the response.blob. And this should not have been rendered yet, I don't think. Image source equals that. Okay, so we've set our globals to that. What is our initial value? Exponent type ref get type 2. Wait. Instance I initial. Oh, it should be initial.value. I think. Hang on. Yeah. Okay, so that should be fine. And then we got canvas size divided by 2. Oh, and that's because this division, again, it's not designed for division of vectors. Okay. Hang on. What I'm actually going to do is I'm going to go to, I'm going to create another operator, but I'm just going to call it op v. And this is going to be op scalar. So op vector. This will actually be, add v. Well, how the hell do I want to do this? Basically, I want vectors to be able to be divided by values, which is not a thing that I have right now. Let's do like fn op vv. v3 equal v1. Hang on, we need a const op core. My life is so hard now. Basically, I need to be able to... I need to have functions where I can apply vectors or operators to vectors. So, like, basically, I'm going to do let v3 equal... Yeah, you know what? v1. And then what we'll do is for I equals 0. I less than v1.length, I plus plus, v3 I equals op core dot. Oh wait, no. We don't need to have that because we'll just have op core here. So yeah, this will be v1 I, v2 I. Okay. And then divide. Turn A divided by B. Okay. So op VV function op VS op vector scalar. V3 equals V1. For let's just do result here. Okay. And then what we're going to have is result I equals op vector I scalar. And then we'll have function sv which will be almost identical, but this is literally only for subtraction and division where we need to change these, so scalar vector I. Okay. Now what I can do is I can use these to generically make our subtraction things. And actually, I can also do like return op vv op core plus a's b's. In fact, we can do that. Okay. And this would probably be slower than doing it the other way, but oh well. In a real language, I would be using generics. So maybe someday, hopefully, I'll be able to figure that out. And actually, that means that what I should probably have... Ooh, I have an idea. I need the ability to... I've been thinking about this for a little bit. But, I need the ability to determine which arguments are, let's see. So, like, we have fn, and then we'd have, like, fn single, fn multi-single. So, like, you're adding multiple values to one value. Then fn single multi. And so I think the way that the best way to do that would probably just be to have, like, just a table of, like, we'd have this be, like, 3. Or basically, like, A, B, A plus B, A's, B, no, B's into op scalar vector A, B's, A's, B, okay, and then op vector scalar. Okay. So now, this is how functions will be designed from here on out. So hopefully they don't get very complicated. Or let's call this like an FN table. So that way I can have, like, still some hope of, like, this being reasonable. Like, okay. This still didn't actually fix my core issue, which is, being able to add, like, an individual value to another or to, like, an array of values. But I guess I could figure that out. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, I want to figure out, hmm. Okay, I'm not entirely sure if I'm able to figure out the rest of this. Because basically now what I'm going to be doing is anytime we have these, for example, these will just be single values. These would be single. Where would anything be multi? Where would we actually have to deal with this? For globals, movement and speed would be two things. So we're actually going to do a vmul here. Or I guess, yeah, here we still need operators on vectors to be like statically typed. But okay, I need to use the bathroom and my brain's getting tired. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just call it here. I'm tired of this. We almost got there. We got things moving, but I cheated. But oh well. I'll be back tomorrow.